All right, people of chat. Mic check. 1, 2. 2 legit city on the mic. Today we're gonna do something different, y'all. New game, spaced out. We're doing the normal Relica. And then the logic is going to be is we are gonna go to the tear before the meteor hits us. Right? So that's gonna be the play. As much as I want this to kind of be like a speed run, it's not gonna be a speed run. Because we are gonna be, I guess this is gonna be how we kind of feel out how long it's gonna take. And then we will like try to, you know, cut the fat. Before 100 cycles, 200. It's 200, right? For the Relica thing. But for the most part, we should try to get it done before 100, yeah. There's just going to be a lot of things we're going to want to, you know, work out. And of course, it's time to get a random seed in. This is not a predetermined worked out setup. Random seed. 16. Oh, that sucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. One more, boys. 16. Oh, we got the volcanoes. This might suck. Hopefully it's not that bad. And then the boulders are not that good. Whatever's. We'll go with this. Everything's on default. Everything should be good. And of course, it's time to get it in. So we are going to be trying to do the temporal tear achievo. So we're going to rush space. I'm hoping there's enough algae that we don't have to build a spawn. And then we're probably going to be using a lot of like weird strats just so that we could speed through. Right, a lot of temporary setups. A lot of builds that typically don't have a good longevity because it heats up, you know, things like that. Damn, this guy rolls a 20. Polak, man, not messing around. All right, so we want standards. I see you, man. I see you. All right, so we are going to want a researcher. Someone with build skill. Someone with dig skill. All right, so researcher rocketry. That's the ideal what I'm looking for. Doctoring doesn't really help. Ideally, we get a 2 interest setup here. Oh man, the rerolls. Anemic. The worst thing they could give me is research rocketry, but my dupe can't build or can't dig. That would suck. They keep giving me doctoring with this. Yo, man. This guy with the 99% humidity. Not messing around, man. You know what that means? You go outside and you can just start brushing your teeth. Don't need to rinse your mouth, man. Just start toothpaste. It's gonna work. Basically a fish, yeah. More or less. Higby. The supply doesn't really help here. I'd rather try to roll. It keeps melting. What you do, Hindu? If it keeps melting, solidifying. Did you do the one from yesterday's VOD where I do the fix? The volcano tamer fix with the door? Are you doing the door? So I had my initial design and it kept solidifying. So I had to fix it. And I'm like, wait, hold up. I don't know which build you're using, man. Are you using the one from yesterday? I had a whole VOD release, I think, last night. Or this morning. And then it's the one with the door at the bottom that pushes up the magma. So if you have... if you are using the one with the door, the bottom section has to be single layer. You can't have 2 layers of magma and a vertical door. You need a single layer on a horizontal door. If you keep solidifying, it's either one of 2 things. Your intervals are too short, meaning that you're opening and closing too fast. Yeah, it's in the VOD. Check it out, check it out. Let me know if you have questions afterwards. But yeah, it's on the one that just released on YouTube last night. All right, I think we take Higby. This is not ideal, but it's fine. All right, build supply. Keep it basic. This guy is Higby Jr. He has the same exact setup. 212, just like his dad. Except he builds instead of research. This is fun, man. We could probably do this. This is kind of jank. And then the last guy's gonna have dig skill. Farming's not gonna be too big of a thing, I don't think. What do we want for a third dupe on this? We're gonna be doing research with Higby. Second researcher? That probably doesn't matter too much yet. Realistically, digging, and we're not gonna ranch. It's gonna be a short playthrough. And then I don't think we even farm, just because the farming on the Relica planet sucks. You have to wait for the vines to grow. You have to wait for the mimikas to pollinate, which means everything is delayed about like 10 cycles, which sucks pretty bad. So maybe a cook? You can't do anything without the smoker, and the smoker is a freaking full cycle. So I don't think we do that. If anything, they might want cooking skill. But I think it's suit wearing, so they move faster. This might be it. All right. Beat Demolier. Number 1. We're gonna beat Demolier, boys. It's time. I think this is gonna be our set. And of course, this is a weird set, but we'll go with it. We're in. All right, so no timer yet. This is kind of like a trial run. We probably want to go to the research portal. Let's set up the schedule. First day, everyone's gonna work. Oops. Second day, we're gonna have downtime right here. And then the logic with this is that we want to use up as much as we can. I think we go up and down. It's kind of weird, but I think we do. Let's get the digs. And then water is right here. Everything else seems pretty normal. Okay, so let's up the priorities. So we do the plus, double negative, none except for you. Tidying is standard. No one's allowed to cook, decorate, ranch, or research except for Higby. Then we want build supply, minor operating. Catalina's digging. And then we'll have you do minor tidying. Same thing with Hippie. And then we'll run storing on Catalina. Hey, Matixo, I see you over there. Which tube would you like to take? We got to drink some coffee. And guys, can we get some smiles in chat for Matixo? Can we get some pog slides, happy emotes, anything you guys got? I mean, it's Monday, though. It's kind of tough for some good vibes on the Mondays. Hey, and Matixo coming in with the Prime. Thanks so much for the 21 months. I see you over there. Appreciate you, Matixo. Polak, appreciate you. Kachinga, Zelrek. I see you guys over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub ad. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I see you over there, Matixo. Emotionally unstable cat. I see you with the happy emotes. YCK with the flipped. You want Uncle Higby. We got you, man. Matixo's in. He's gonna look like Nigel Thornberry. It has to happen. Is it this one? That does look pretty good. Are these the right gloves? I think that is. My man, Nigel Thornberry. Nice. Old man, man. I see you over there. Oh, you don't have the balloon artist. All right. Welcome in, Matixo. Appreciate you. Okay, so if you guys are just tuning in, we are going to be doing a run where we beat Demolier. So Demolier is coming in. Oh, this is horrible. It's furthest away. So we're going to have to do a boost. All right. We'll do our best. This is not a pre-planned run. We randomized the seed. So this seed was random. We did it at the beginning stream. And we'll see. If we get a pretty decent time, I'll think about running a speedrun timer and try to do it in one stream. But we'll have to work it out. This is going to be my first attempt. And we're having a goal of beating Demolier to the tear. Random seed, Relica start. This is normal Relica, not the one in 10 cycles. No, in most of the playthroughs that I did, it was always second layer. Whether it was lab or base game. But it's, you know, it's RNG, right? Whether it's on the first or second layer. So the tear is normally on the first or second layer. Very rarely do you get a third layer. That's the rare one. But if you get that third layer, man, it's really nice. Allow dupes dying. I will say yes. Sacrifices will be made in the name of speedrunning, I guess. Price has got to be paid. But we'll see. We'll try to keep everyone alive, man. We're not gonna, you know, do it on purpose unless push comes to shove, right? All right, let's get it in. Ramble. What's good? I see you over there. So we're not gonna play at max speed, just because we're not playing with a timer yet. I do think I want this. This is 14. Yo, man, Unk's gonna try, man. He's gonna do his best. All right, so this is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We'll go like that. Oh, okay, no one fell, no one fell. All right, ladder's in. All right, so the teleporter is kind of right there in the way, which kind of sucks. So maybe we should move this over. We'll just do it like that. And have this maybe go down. And have another one going up. Probably going to be the plan. And then we got to keep digging. So the big thing here is that we're probably not going to build a spawn. We're going to want to use a lot of algae for the oxygen. And then we're going to want to get to the water. Day one things is very simple. We're going to be wanting to get a outhouse up. This lum's already stuck. Classic lum. Okay. Problem with lums in this playthrough is that they're not going to help us. We can't feed them, and we can't eat the meat they drop. Because we're going to need to run the smoker. And that's a full day. I mean, we might run it because it's automatic. But it's like the food you get from that is so slow. I think we do run it, though, at some point. Brine. Cold brine. Cold abyssalite. Okay. Looks like we have like a... either a geyser or a cold biome, which doesn't really exist on this planet. Just random cold abyssalite. We got the teleporter. Okay, let's run this. Let's get the first outhouse set up. So that's a door. So it's technically right here, huh? Let's try to get that. Should get the outhouse in time. I thought my man... okay, you didn't fall down. Alright, that's good. Looks like we're out of shale. Let's mine a little bit right there. No, we have shale down here. I don't know why it showed that. Okay, let's get this set up. We're probably going to run across. I think going up and down is going to be the biggest thing here. There's going to be a lot of things we're going to want to get. Alright, let's get the wash basin. Continue this out. Normally, I will say it doesn't make sense to try to go for the rooms. Just because it's, you know, one of those things that, like, you're not really going to get the benefit. But I'm still going to do it in this playthrough, and let's see. That's going to be things that we could kind of shave off in terms of time. Okay, so this is good. Alright, this might kind of suck because we lose a little bit of snack fruit. All of our food is non-perishable, which kind of sucks. I might want to do the mamillets, roasted mamillets. I'm considering that. That way, like, once the mimigas die, it's like free food. My man's pooping. Oh yeah, that means germs. Run that at max so we don't be disinfecting for no reason. Alright, so another thing is... we know that we're going to want to grab the teleporter. Not teleporter, I'm sorry. The research. And then we'll do the setup. Starting planet features volcanic activity. I don't know if that's actually going to be that bad. And then we have medium boulders, which honestly is usually pretty, you know, not that bad. We will go for this design. We're going to remove the ration box. Actually, not yet. Not until we get supercomputer. Oh, wait. But yeah, some bad volcano placements could be kind of tough. Cold brine. This makes me think this is like weirdly generated. Okay, unlock the portal once you're ready. Sleeping, my dupes. We will get them beds, I guess. Alright, it's already a lot of stuff my dupes gotta do. Cycle 2, they're getting the first sleep in, which is fair. Bop the first schedule. Oh yeah, the placement for that could be very bad. The placement of that could be very bad, man. So good luck on the placements. Not always gonna be lucky in that case. Now I didn't want that on purpose. Cutscenes, time loss. No, I can't exit this. We have to get to the tear before that gets to us. Now the good news is that we get a lot of space vision. We get to see how far we are from the top. Oh, you did the vacuum and did the seal. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, I didn't get water. Pitcher pump. Volcanoes leaking out heat. Yeah. Hopefully you got a good slush geyser placement. Because that's what we use, right? Cool slush. That was really nice. Not gonna lie. Oh, no metal. Come on, my dupes. We gotta get the metal. Alright, so we got a little bit of sweat corn. We're gonna not allow nutrient bars. What's going on, Goldie? Welcome in. Let's get these in. Research is gonna get started. Question. Do we even go for this? I don't think we're gonna grow food. So I might want the smoker. Are you playing Spaced Out? I'm playing Spaced Out Relica. I don't know if we grow food, but it's like if we don't grow food, how do we get food? It's a weird dilemma. So it's like we could skip this for now, I think. And then go straight for supercomputer. Yeah, realistically, I don't know how we make food if we don't grow food. It's just that growing food sucks. Dude, the animals drop tough meat, and you can't eat that unless you run it through the smoker. So it's like, that doesn't work either. Oh, man. Yeah, but I would have to tech up to that. Dartles, if I get some close enough, yeah. We might want to do that and do barbecue. So either case, I will have to tech up the foodstuffs, right? You can't really avoid that, it seems. All right, we're going to want algae. Water's in. Let me slow this down. One-way access. Okay, there we go. And then we want to go all the way up. And we want to go all the way down. Just some things we got to do. So they have beds. We're going to get oxygen. Toilets are up. We're going to get started on research. Priority 9. You have a researcher, right? Yeah, Matixo. Matixo's a smart man. He's going to help us get the science. A lot of metal ore, a lot of algae. It's kind of nice. And then the random cold brine. I don't know why it's cold. I guess we'll find out. So this starter area is going to be very useful for us. I think we're going to try to get peat ASAP. Peat generators. So I'm thinking I need to get smart batteries. It's basically cold gens, right? The only difference is that pea water. Which kind of sucks. Okay, supply teleporter. Oh, first printout. A researcher would be not bad. Oh, this is nice. Cooking, researching. Okay. So a second researcher is nice. And then we make them cook. Storing, tidying. Not bad. All right, let's get the O2 generated. Let's create a little bit of head space for the dupes. All right, so in order to do this faster, we are going to be doing the fabled design. What's the thing on the top left of your base? This is the planet asteroid that's going to hit us. So if I click on this, it shows us the impact of where the meteor is going to land at. Oh, the teleporter. I mean, the researcher. This is basically gives you the technology for making the ammo, right? So if I go to refinement, oh, I don't have the refinement. Right here, blast shot maker. So you could actually make the ammo for this, even though, you know, the tech you would need is over here. So you would need to get a space, you need to get data banks. Mamba left me, feels bad, man. So they just give it to you, kind of like Frosty Planet Pack, they give you the heater. They're just trying to be a little nice. Alright, so snack fruit is going to be what we live off of, and we get that from digging up the buried objects here. If you guys always need food in an emergency, that's going to be the way to do it most times. Alright, so we're going to be building the ladder up here. Someone's going to be digging down there. And then we're going to be adding ladders everywhere. Alright, so we got to the Rexes in the cold biome. Mamba loves being babied. Mamba is a big baby. He really is. The last time you played was a year ago. Yeah, man. 3 DLCs. Dropped since then, man. Frosty Planet Pack, Bionics, and the prehistoric planet. A lot has changed. A lot has been added. Alright, we're gonna do the S-Dig here as well. That's literally a time save every time. And then we wait. Of course, man. I'm doing my best. Doing my best. First volcano. Nothing too bad. Nothing that we need to insulate against. So, pretty good. No research. Alright, so supercomputer is done. We will grab rock crusher to get metal. We will want to pop that and start getting the supercomputer there. So that's going to be that power line. We might want to go here just to do the harvest. Right? That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. So that we could harvest that immediately and start getting the foods. Okay, so these areas we want to put ladders in for faster travel. But then digging down is a lot faster, giving them the S-dig pattern. Yeah, so we're going to be getting to the top, and then we're going to want to go down. Now, the reasoning is because I believe the planet has uranium at the bottom, right? Yeah, radioactive. We're going to want to spawn the bees ASAP. And the logic is that the bees will start harvesting the uranium. Turns out if you run the manual rad bolt generator with enriched uranium, you get a lot more rad bolt charge generated. So it's pretty... Oh, we have a heat source already. I don't think we do anything with that. It's just chilling there. It's totally going to be fine. The Mayor, I see Wolf there. Welcome in. Alright, that's gonna be good. Dupe's asleeping. New guy. Eating kind of late. A lot of food right here. It's a good sign. And then I think next is we're gonna do either the large battery or the cooking station, because we do have a cook, right? So he'll be able to do the thing. Supercomputer. Eventually we'll need all the algae, because that's going to be how we generate oxygen. Alright. We will go to max. Let's bump this to a 9, so someone will do it. Thank you, Matixo. Alright, so we got the rock crusher. I do want to grab the large battery really fast. Actually, we'll grab smart battery. Rock crusher right here. Perfectly fits. That's actually not a good spot, because when we get jumbo battery, it's going to be kind of tough. Alright, new floor then. We got to give Matixo the research skill. All right, we made it up. So we want to get to the top. Oh, it's all cold. The only problem with this is that it's obsidian. That's going to be tough to dig. We will need level 2 digging in order to get through the abyssalite. And then this is melting. Oh, because this is exposed. So it's leaking out the cold. Okay. Alright, we're likely going to want rock crushing right here. Because we're going to want to try to get smart battery peak gen so that we don't have to run the wheel. I might not need jumbo battery then, if that's the case. Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. We'll have to see though. It's gonna be a lot we're gonna have to wait for. So oxygen's enough for about 5 dupes. Because of the efficiency, right? The gases aren't going to be moving out a lot. We're probably a little bit less than that. Funny thing is, if the dupes start breathing, like we get more dupes, it's going to get closer to higher value, right? So we'll probably need a second one, probably on this side. We'll get that in at some point. For now, I think we gotta let them kind of just work on this. They have a lot of stuff they're gonna want to do. These guys eating the snack fruit, not eating the sweet corn. Hashtag sweet corn, sweat corn. Dude, I could see Clay releasing like sweat corn, but it's like jelly beans. You know what I'm saying, man? Like they start selling it, man, but it's like the jelly bean sweat flavor. That'd be gross, man. It'd be all salty. But I could see that as like a gag gift. All right, so going up at this point, we just get here and we stop, and then from there we're going to try to go down. Looks like since we have an opening here, we're going to have to go through here. So it's likely going to be like a setup like that, right? Because we can't go through the abyssal line and the volcanoes in a way, so we'll have to go through the cold biome, which kind of sucks. Now the thing is that we don't need to go through constantly. We just need a path to spawn a beehive so that it starts harvesting uranium. That's going to be what we need. So if anything, we should probably prioritize the bottom. Okay, we could do a little bit of nickel, do 10 points there. It's probably going to use up all the battery power. We just need a little bit, though. Probably do this at 7. That biobots? No, it's a regular locker room. Okay, we have the lure plants. We have natural doors right here. So this is gonna be how we want to do that. And then once we get down here, we'll try to natural dig. Try to find another opening. If not, ooh, damn. Surrounded, boys. We have one opening right here. Alright, we might not want to do that yet. We're gonna go to the side. Let's see what's on this side. Maybe we go through this one. Dude, surrounded, boys. Surrounded with the volcanoes. Research is done. Smart battery tech. That means the next thing I think I want to grab then is food. We'll start getting the grill into the smoker. Alright, so another thing is I probably want my power closer to the coal. Not that it matters too much, but I think that works out. Or maybe just at the bottom. We should have it right here then. Doing these proper floors, like it's gonna help us. Another coal on the side. Salt doesn't have any benefit. We're just gonna leave that alone. We will need level 1 dig skill because of the granite. But I just want to reveal a little bit by digging over to that side and seeing if it's, you know, a path. If not, going down here is probably the best, but we have to wait till we get Abyssalite. Because if we can go down this way, that's going to be a lot better. Because we don't need to be down there for long. Thoughts on Luras? My experience of Mimikas are so much... Yeah, I do Mimikas. I make a sweat corn farm. Anemic. Researcher. We don't really need that. I don't think we take a dupe. Take the dirt. I do lure plants in the sweat corn farm where I have Mimikas flying. And I feel like that works a lot better. The mosquitoes are just, you know, they're mosquitoes, dude. You know what I'm saying, man? Like, they mosquitoes, man. Not the business. Not the business. We got the teleporter. Alright. Alright, so one of the RNG things is... it's kind of a way... at least it reveals a little bit of space for us. We know that we want to go there, though. And we will want to go to the teleporter at some point. Free oil. Skills. Nice. Catalina plus dig. We're going to give you carrying capacity. And the Matixo needs science. Alright, they can work on all that. So from here, I want to go here. And then that means here. 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 I don't want to mine the bleach stone. This works out. And then we want to teleport so that... oh, and then we fall on sand. That means this is better. Still doesn't work, though. That means we want to be on this tile. That still does. We have to go through the right side or put a ladder. But yeah, man, I will have to agree. The mosquitoes for the lure plants feels like a trap. It feels like the mimicas are a lot better. Now, of course, that's just for ease of access. The mosquitoes should be theoretically the way to do it because it's free. Right? The mimicas cost dirt, right? To fertilize the initial plant. There's a 10 kg per cycle that you're losing out. So you're converting dirt to plastic. Like, very roughly. Which is honestly pretty nice. I would have that, want that feature. Just because of how good plastic is. Oh, starting to warm up, boys. Looks like the sun's coming out. Alright, so we will have to go to the second planet because we have to do something called mini pods in order for us to even open the tear. All the science we could get, man. All the science we could get. It's not really... It is getting kind of thin. Put it down lower then. Do it like that. I probably want to get heavy watt wire at some point. We don't need to grab that yet. We still don't have... Oh, we do have it. We do have smart battery. Nice. Alright, we'll wait, we'll wait. I'll probably want this as well. Breathing down here probably sucks. Yep. The oxygen pocket down there is going to be nice when we need it. I don't think we could do anything with it now, though. My dupes are eating. They go to sleep soon. There's no morale issues. Everything's pretty good so far. They need something to sting and lay an egg before dying. Yeah, and then when they sting something, there's a penalty on whatever they sting. It sucks. Yeah, there's no sensor to detect that. It's one of those things where it feels like you just have to have more than necessary. You know what I'm saying? Like one lure plant and like a bunch of mosquitoes. And then it's like even then there's a chance that at some point they run out. The mimicas are just a lot more like you don't have to think about it. You pay for that though, right? With the dirt costs. Hey, why are you yelling at me, man? This guy. I can't believe he done this. Alright, maybe we do a layer below. Getting some free food. Still got the ladders right there. If you dedicate it, it's fine. But it's like a lot of times it just makes more sense to allow the mimicas to pollinate off chance, right? They get to. I try to use the mosquitoes, but they are a hassle. Planet Mimic is just so much easier. Feels bad. That kind of feels like the DLC in a nutshell. I want to feed Rexes Dartles so that I don't have to sweep the meat, right? Because it's exactly one unit. The problem is that the Dartles need the Dew Drippers, and that needs Brine Eyes, and that's pain. That's like the DLC in a nutshell. The straightforward, what it looks like you should be doing, is a trap. And it's like, eh. What kind of design though? They do, but the problem is that the brine comes out at the temperature of the Rex. So that means if your Rex is above -20, you get liquid brine. Right? That's the thing. Brine needs to be -20, right? For brine ice, otherwise it starts melting. So it's this weird thing where it feels like you have to kind of over chill. You can't use betas for luras unless you're in a vacuum. The temperature range doesn't work. Luras don't work negative. They need to be 10 to, I think, 55. And betas can't be above 0. Yeah, 10 to 55. Like, you could, in theory, it would be nice to use betas. It just, unless you actually try it and get something to work, I don't think it does. Oh, you run a weird setup like that. Yeah, I guess that works then. The weird thing is that it freezes it at -22 but melts at 16. So technically being at 18 is fine, but your brine won't freeze. So it's like, yep. Because the brine is solid from -22 and up. Man, it's just a pain, dude. You have a design that works. I see you. I see you. But yeah, man. I guess you could do that. It's just, man. Mimikas are just so much easier. A lot of it is just hassle. The name of the DLC. All right, a lot of research right now. Let's get the construction done. Way too much CO2. Jank DLC. It's more like bait DLC. Not that the DLC is a bait, but like a lot of the things, it feels like you're baited into something because it seems better until it works out. I have a design that works. Manual intervention. Fully Ranchadoros can only support 3 Rexes, which is kind of low, especially compared to the Dregos. Dude, I have found that Rexes are so much easier if you just feed them the tough meat. It's just so much easier. The fun design challenge to not deal with the mosquitoes. Now the challenge is make a mosquito design that works. Because I started using just the lums, man. You get so much meat from it that 1 lum gives you 12 kgs, right? And in my last playthrough, although my ranch wasn't good design, it worked really well, way too well. And you only eat 500 grams per cycle. So you get 24 cycles worth of meat per lum. So that means you start multiplying this, right? Before the meat spoils in 4 cycles. So you put 6 Rexes, right? That's max size. And then you kind of barely get bought. I don't like using the flying critter trap setup. I see you. I see you. What's going on, Scuba Steve? Welcome in. I was watching a streamer play this. Heard them complain about biobots. I forgot to remove. What's the issue with biobots? They said it was because it takes too long to get started. By the time you do, you get a few dupes already and biobots aren't needed. So is there a way to get it done early? No. So the reason why biobots suck is because they are designed to be mid to late game, kind of like 24/7 labor. But the problem is that it requires steel. You're never gonna get steel in a regular fashion, right? Because what happens is that you got to supply this with steel and rip. Okay. And then we got to go this way. All right, so now I want probably that setup. Let's put the smart battery down here. Why not? And then we're gonna need automation wire. Oh, I don't have that tech. Oh man. Okay, I need to grab that immediately. All right, we're gonna work our way down. We'll do the 2 ladders and then we'll be able to get out. Critter flux. All right, so we need a way to get oxygen here. Bunch of CO2. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. I'm just sneezing. I've been sneezing a lot lately, man. I wonder if I'm getting sick. I would hate to get sick, man. Oh, man. Thank you, Polak. Welcome back, Steve. I don't know much about the game as I've not played yet. So you need to regularly get a resource that you could only get by crafting that doesn't... You could get it as early as you want. But the problem is that this needs a regular feed of that resource. Right? So if you're not regularly pumping it out, you can't use this. Second thing is that you have to have something called zombie spores. The zombie spore mechanic is kind of jank and requires you to have realistically a stable source of power because you're going to be constantly pumping in a loop. So both of those things are things that you can't get early on reliably, and even if you try to beeline for it, it's not going to work out. So what games do you play, Steve? I'll give you an idea so that I could help you realize why it's a problem. Oh, I don't have automation yet. We're waiting for that. All right, we'll try to get this done so we could teleport, get the mini pod, and then we don't have to be there. And then I want to start getting the peat stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. 50. This is about 10 tiles. Maybe I need another one of these. All right. We could technically not need just dig this. That does work out. Grab the oil. We're building that out, trying to get the automation research. And then we know we're going to go up this way. All right. Let's send... They're all going to be on downtime. We'll send them next day. 4X Games. Dyson Sphere. Okay. So it's kind of like... Man, I am not familiar with a lot of those games. Have you played Civ? It's kind of like an X4 game. 4X game. Any of the Civ games? Civilization? Sid Meier's Civilization? You tried it, but you don't like it too much. Okay, so you know how you could... Oh, man, how do I say this? Man, there's not a lot of good examples. Do you know Minecraft? Do you know Minecraft? It's a kind of popular game. Man, there's no real good example, man, that I could think of. But basically, you have a lot of resource that you're time gated, that you realistically can't speed up, or you have to find it, which means kind of RNG. Yeah, so there's a lot of just stuff you just can't really reliably done. So the thing is that it's not a one-time feed. You have to continuously feed it, and that's the problem, because the resource requirement, it's too advanced. And then the actual biobots themselves are really lacking. So this in and of itself is not something you would ever want to do. You would only do it for the memes. And that's probably the best way to look at that. You would only do it for the meme, not because it's good. Alright, so who are we setting? I guess we could set Nicola right now. Come on, take me to the teleporter. I'm in. Our weird setup there. Starving. What the heck is this? Alright, you're allowed to eat as much as you can. Biobots is not a DLC. This is something called Story Trait. It's kind of like a side quest. It's something you could choose to do if you really want to, but you don't have to do it. All right, we're waiting on automation, getting this started. Ladders are almost done. We're trying to start digging out some algae to preemptively get it kind of ready. I wouldn't mind getting that mine down. I don't think we should, though. The biobots have nothing to do with the DLC, because that existed before the DLC dropped. Oh, now we have this. Okay. You could always choose to make sour gas boiler, regular breath melter. You don't have to, but you sure can. It's good to know. I plan to play this at some point, as we get as much info before I do. That's not going to help you. This game is so deep, so much knowledge, that you're not going to know how it connects. So you're basically going to get a catalog of ideas, not knowing how they relate to each other. And until you play the game and get into the gameplay loop, you're really not going to be able to benefit from it. Because I've tried to do the same thing, and I was kind of like, yeah, none of this helps. Like, you could try, man, but until you play the game, none of that's gonna help you. But I heard you could do this when you get to this. Yeah, you could, but like, you're skipping steps. You know? And it's like, you wouldn't know what steps you skip, and as a result, it only hurts you. But yeah, this game is hard to follow when you're not knowing how the gameplay loop works. Do we have enough? Right? I should really try to get power before the smoker. Did we get the thing? Yes, we did. Dig activate. Yeah, I mean, it's fine to you know, look at a game, see what it's about, see if it's for you. Right? That's perfectly fine. Don't get me wrong, you're free to do what you want. It's just that it's... Wait, did I activate? I did. Teleport. It's just, yeah, it's tough to follow along this game just because of the amount of stuff you have that you could do. Uranium. Okay, so we are close. Breathing is gonna be tough. All right, we're gonna run a line down. I wish I had batteries. Maybe we should take like a bionic dupe or something. It's probably not even worth building that. Like, we have some pockets here we could try to break open. If you do know how it works, you can follow pretty much any given state. It might not know any of the intricacies, but you'll be able to find key facilities, potential upcoming projects. Yeah. A lot of the times, even though there's different types of like planet starts and stuff, it all plays the same with minor, you know, changes. It's kind of like, man, I've never played Foundation. Oh, lag. We don't need to go down there, but I might want the oxygen. And then from there, we're going to want to go down here. We want to spawn a beehive. Could you not use oxalite? Oh, yeah. Do I have oxalite? Sconce is a tech you have to actually research. But I could move the oxalite. That's a good idea. The sconce, though, is you have to research it. Where is that? They give it to you for free. It's right there. They give it to you for free in the Frosty Planet Pack once you do the teleporter. I mean, the research portal. I see you, Charlotte. I forgot I had oxalite. If I start, I'm going to go as vanilla as possible. None of the extras. Ah. The vanilla game is completely different. The vanilla game and the DLC Spaced Out are basically the two big differences in the game. Everything else after that barely adds anything. So I will say that. The vanilla game aspects is very different from how it is. Yeah, I get that. It's just that a lot of what I'm doing will not apply to you because I'm playing spaced out. So it's kind of like, have you ever seen Frostpunk? The game? Regardless of if you like the game or not, have you seen and played it? I just got into Oni. Brought me back to the learning curve of RimWorld at 3k hours in. Oni is similar, my brain is challenging, but only 400 hours in Oni, still baby, lots to learn. Yeah. I went from RimWorld to Oni, and I loved it, because when I was playing RimWorld, I was doing no reset max difficulty Cassandra runs, and I kept dying, whether it's like during the countdown or right before, and it's like so annoying. And yeah, drop pod raids with scythers, you name it, right? Like, it just gets bad. So at some point I was like, I'm tired of this RNG. And then that's when Oni came out, and then I switched games, and I was like, dude, this is so much better. Because it's like, it's not RNG, it's more calculated. Like, you could see the snowball effect happening before it happens, and there's a lot of preventative action to mitigate. And then it's like, you don't have your success dictated by the RNG to that degree. Like, there is a little bit of it, it's just not as bad. But yeah, I have about 4,500 hours. I'm getting close to 5k soon. And yeah, I'm still playing it. It's awesome. Let me know if you have any questions, Winters. I played Frostpunk. You know Frostpunk 1, Frostpunk 2? That's basically vanilla game, oxygen not included, and then spaced out DLC. The game is very different. Now, there is a lot of... Well, I haven't played Frostpunk 2, but it's like a lot of the core gameplay is still there. It's like, you know, you make decisions. You put the children to the mines, you know? Child labor. And then it's like... It's just different, right? That's Oni base game, and that's Oni spaced out. Because they completely change how space works. Because base game space was kind of like RimWorld, right? Where the end game is to launch something into space, and then the thing is with that is that after you get into space, there's like a, you know, space end game that you would do. In RimWorld, you would just win. But in Oni with spaced out, you get rockets like really fast. Like, it's early game tech. It went from being the end game setup to an early game setup. And then because of that, they completely rebalance how space works and how you view star maps. So it's one of those things where there's like a little fundamentals that translates, but otherwise they're like very different games. Yeah, I needed to change, and the DLCs kind of killed it for me. I came from the alpha days, not the same as game anymore. Only got me hooked. Yeah. I played back when Tynon, the developer, I forgot his name. I don't know if it's... I haven't played RimWorld in so long. I don't know his name anymore. Where he said, here's the game. I'm not going to release any DLCs. Have fun. And then he left for like 2 years. Right? That's when I played. And then it's like, you know, you look at it now. You got royalty. You got the biomedical. You got another one coming out with space. Tainan, there we go. Thank you, Kurosito. And it's like you have all these like ideology DLCs coming out now. It's like it's so weird. I feel you with that, man. Am I getting the wires? I am. Okay, cool. All right, George feels bad, and then we... Oh no, no, dude. George is killing the bees. They're taking damage because it's too warm. George, oh, George. That's really bad RNG. He's right next to the first hive. This would have been a good hive. He would have had a lot of uranium to mine. But the bees are dying, man. Hopefully. Oh, and it's vacuum pockets. That's like the worst possible combination. So the only place that could chill this area is the bees. And then you have a somnium right here. Oh my god. And this is positive temperature. So the funny thing is that the bees die above 0. I mean above 10 degrees. Oh, is it 10 degrees? That's impressive. I thought it was 0. Did they change this? I thought this was 0 for the longest time. From what I remember, it was. That might have been changed. Well, so now that we have the oxalite, this is spawn, so we can't really do anything about that. So now we're chilling. Okay. Now that that's cool, everything else is done. All right, so we need to get as much algae as we can. That's gonna be how we breathe on the planet. Do the thing. Building broken. Yep. Meteor showers. Okay. Check hive bee tiny. The bee tiny is full health. But then the hive is full health. It's just that there's nothing in... Oh, we finally got some enriched. So we're harvesting, I guess. We're hoping that we get enough enriched. I don't actually know the target number that we need. Okay, we got the wires finally. And transformers. Smart battery. Let's finish the smoker. We want to get that. Automation's already in. We want to do 95, 55. This is good. We're going to run a small right here. And then we're going to run this straight up. And then we're not going to need the wheel setup anymore. They should all be the same. Should all be the same. Yeah. All be the same. 10 degrees, minus 100. Got the game all DLCs. I went in deep, got all the DLCs for Oni, having a lot of fun learning. It's the game, honestly, is the best when you go through it without any knowledge. And then you play the game, learn what they... I mean, you kind of have to have a kind of like a colony management. Like, you have to have played the game before. So playing Rimworld or other games like that makes it a lot easier to pick up. And then you really want to just play until you lose. And then retry with the knowledge you gained. I will say that if there's things you don't understand in this game, it's usually either an obscure mechanic that you're going to need someone to explain to you, or you don't know how a building operates. In which case, options game sandbox tools is really nice. So that you could learn things instead of like getting to a point, trying to learn it, fails, and then forced to start over. Right? Those are going to be later on when you have to make it like more complex systems. Like generating oxygen automatically that's not using a resource like the oxygen diffuser analogy, or taming a geyser. I mean, it's going to be a little bit later down the line once you start like trying to expand the colony. You know, deep freeze food storage, learning how aqua tuners and steam turbines work. There's a lot to really learn. But yeah, sandbox is good for that. Yeah, the more info you get, the more confusing it gets, because it gets a lot of obscure information mixed in. What's going on, Twitch? I see you over there. Yeah, that's what I did, man. I remember when I got the game, I just played. And the reason why is because I looked up guides like you guys did. But when this game went from beta to 1.0, you know what happened? The 1.0 patch completely changed a lot of the game. And when that 1.0 patch came out, a lot of the videos on YouTube were giving you old information of stuff that got patched out. So I basically was trying to use beta strats during 1.0, and none of it worked. My colony kept collapsing because a lot of the strats they said just got patched out. So that's when I was like, I give up. I'm just gonna play the game. I'm not gonna look at any guides. And that's only then that I start having fun and enjoying the game. Because I don't have expectations of what should work, what shouldn't work anymore. And that was the biggest thing. Alright. So we're making uranium. Let's go. George is peeing too much, man. It's way too hot. We're going to start getting some power right now so that we don't have to run the wheel. So we're going to wait for that. We do have metal. We do have oxygen. Let's look at the algae right here. Okay, 20-something ton. It's not bad. 2 diffusers. We're going to be getting a smoker soon. We want to do toasted millets. Skills. We want this guy to cook. He's cooking. Nice. Bump this up to a 9. Let's get a little bit more nickel. Okay, so after that, what do we want? I want to use CO2, but it's kind of a problem because all my CO2 is going to fall down naturally. I think I will have to do like a slight liquid lock here. So let me just do a weird setup here. We're going to do a staircase liquid lock so that we could accumulate CO2 right here. All right, we're going to get it from the peat burners. We are not going to go to bathrooms. We have enough of the snack fruit that it's not too bad. I probably do want to get to here. And then dig that up. Get down this way. Dig that up. There's food right there. Food right there. Once we get the smoker up, I probably want to grab this. Alright, sweat corn. Once we get the smoker up, the lums are going to die. I hate to say that, but they got to go. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Not looking at YouTube, watching live stream. Stuff is more up to date. Just play along. That's what I do. I'm on cycle 32 right now. Real question, what's some of the better starting traits for dupes? Traits are pretty balanced. There's only really 2 traits that I would avoid at all times. But outside of that, they're all pretty balanced. Nothing's too strong. Nothing's too good. A lot of times, the good ones are good because of how long the playthroughs are. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's basically like... It's only good because of the reduction in a certain consumption stat that because you go through day by day by day by day, the benefit just keeps increasing. One of them is basically you get diver's lungs. So you consume less oxygen, right? Which makes it so that you don't have to produce as much oxygen. And, you know, day by day, that adds up. Anemic and slow learner are the ones I would avoid. Narcoleptic is not that bad. Narcoleptic depends on what job they do. Because if they have a long job, you don't want them sleeping halfway through. But if they have a short job that's kind of fast, it's not that bad. 1209, I see a dragon. By doing what I see him doing, by doing that, when I see him doing something cool, I do it on my map as reference. Helps me understand. Even if it doesn't make sense in my play, it's learning. That's a good way to do it, man. And then you get to ask questions live. Flatulent also is really bad. Yeah, because of how it works. Oh, get the colony achievements. It's nice. Slow is better. Starting skills? You mean the interests right here? Personal interests? Try to get a spread. Like, the starting traits don't really matter too much, realistically. Alright, so we don't have the tier 2 digging yet. We're gonna have to wait some time for that. We're gonna get our peak gens up. Try to get that done now. They're gonna be pooping and then going to sleep. And then once we get the tech up, I think we do, right? We do. Okay. I probably want to put that down below because of how it works. So, rotted, the millet. Let's probably do a setup here. Try to do that. Here. All right. Let's do that. Now we gotta get the power so we don't have to run the wheel. And then we're gonna get some more power on this. I probably do this, but we don't put the ladder here. Alright, so from here we want to cut the line and then connect the wire. This is 720, we still have room. And then I want to get more power on that soon. I guess we take the nutrient bars. I don't want boops yet. I'm also thinking I might want a crafting station. Because we have smart battery, we don't need jumbo. And a lot of the sweat corn could be harvested right now, which is going to be good. Okay, so we're going to be getting water here. Should be fine. Welcome back, Steve. Okay. I guess I do kind of want to do this. Start skills, I go for build, dig, research, but the preference really. You'll find out what works in playstyle, end up all dupes, everything anyway. Just stray away from negative traits, you'll be fine. Bionic dupes are boops, yeah. They're honestly, the only thing I recommend for interest is get triple interest because it makes it easier to manage later on, especially for new players. Don't focus on single setup. Get as many interests on every dupe as possible. So you want 3 interests on them. Of course, that's just a personal preference, right? I like to do it that way. You don't have to. Damn, did I spill that much water? But for new players, I do think that helps. Oh, I don't have vent tech. Are you serious? That is here. Yeah, you don't need to know what that is. That's part of a DLC. Like, you can look it up, it just doesn't help you. Alright, so we can start making batteries. Let's make 50 of these. Let them work. And then it's caught right there. I guess that's not bad. Alright, so I need to get to the top. I will need to start pumping oxygen for the telescoping, which is why we need that. Okay, so let's get this done. We'll eventually want to get to here then, I guess. The best thing out of Bionic Booster Pack is the autopilot module. Boops are kind of meh. The autopilot's not even something you need. You could autopilot without you could autopilot without using that setup. So it's like, I'm not even sure if that's that good anymore. No, yeah, you could use... I used to do a no-pilot rocket for Mind the Gap. You could do that before the... Yeah. I don't like it because it costs data banks. That's the thing I hate about a lot of the stuff from Bionic Booster Pack. Everything requires data banks, and it's like their way of telling you, yo, man... That's why we gave you a data miner. And then it's like, the data miner is so deep in the tech tree. It's like, couldn't you put it earlier so we could get it a little bit earlier and it makes it easier? Yeah, you know about the Trailblaze setup. Hunter, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one, man. I see you over there. My dupes is sleeping. Food, we're gonna have to kill this guy. Get some meat soon. Alright, so we'll be able to start accumulating CO2 here. I should do that so we can mine that and have a single pump handle this. Makes it a little bit better. I will also dig this down for gas flow purposes. And then once we get rid of the water, we're gonna move to here. Monday. Oh man, classic Mondays. Dude, anytime it's a Monday, I'm like, here, boss, here's the reports. Peace. Don't talk to me. Because if the boss talks to me, I messed up. Hey man, no worries, Winters. Everyone has their own pace. You can't be mad that it doesn't match, you know, a person's pace doesn't match yours. We're all different people, so it's perfectly fine. What was I taking up? Oh, we're doing the telescope because we got to get that. And now I could run the... Can I put this here? Okay, it's up there. Get that set up. Let's get this, that. Let's try to get all this. That's going to be the food stabilization, because we're going to get a lot of food from that. This got dug out. Let's do these two and try to get the pitcher pump on this side. We're going to run it lower so we hit the bottom. Data banks are cheap. Data miner is some ease, so you don't have to have the tube stands, 300 segregated data banks. Just get them on demand. Yeah, but it's like... The autopilot you could do way before that. You know? Like, you could either mine data banks so you get autopilot later, or you just autopilot now. Right? The same point at which you could harvest data banks is where when you could autopilot. So it's like, it just doesn't seem worth it. The timing, right? It just feels like it's too deep in the tree to be useful. I go into random streams all the time, say one thing and then never again. And then sometime 90% of the time I'm cooking and having this in the background. Oh, we don't have the lums. Okay, we do sweat corn poppers. That's fine. And then once we get brisket from this guy, we'll be able to start cooking. Toasted millets, 10,000. All right, so we could start bopping the food that doesn't have perishable. I'll probably want a food box for that at some point up top. %. I don't think boops in theory, boops seem good. But in practice, boops are a hassle. They really are. Boobs are a hassle. I don't know how you would make boobs better. I was honestly kind of sad. I was hoping that the bionics were going to be something that you would take a normal dupe, make them go through the bionic procedure, and then that enhances them. That was what I was hoping for, not like just a better rover. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of, I hate to say that, but that's kind of what they kind of become. They're just like a slightly better rover with more. You got to take care of them, man. Wait, so you can't make a bionic? You cannot convert a normal guy to a bionic. A bionic is a pre-built organism. I guess they're an organism, I guess. I don't know how else to really like describe that. But yes, it's, yeah, a lot of the stuff I feel like always sounded better in theory. Ah, you want to do yellow research. You want this plant. Do you have access to this? That would be the best way to do it. I have a boop that's like 3 constructed boosters, and it's still slow compared to a normal dupe with passive skill. Yeah. I guess you could argue their upside is early game, where you could kind of rush mechatronics, kind of. Right? Get it a lot sooner, and then swap it in and out. But yeah, regular dupes outperform later on. The light bugs are not going to be enough. So how it works is when you build the radiation generator right here, you're going to have to charge up rad bolts from the radiation, and it's about a 10-fold setup. So effectively, if you go to radiation tab and you have a light of radiation from this would give me 38 points in a course of a cycle, right? Because it's 380 on this tile. So if I put it on this tile, or well, next to it, I get 319. So I would get 31 points after charging a day. So it's not going to be a lot. Shine bugs are like 10, 15. You're going to get 1 point at the end of a day. The thing is that each point right here of yellow science requires 10 rad bolts. So that means shine bugs do nothing for you. That being said, the biggest thing about radiation and the rad bolt generator is power. A lot of times getting the setup's not too bad, because if you just get 2 Weezwarts, right? The ideal setup is going to be you put 2 of these here, and then you put the generator here, right? You have that space for 2 generators, because then you'll be able to have that right here, and then you have to shoot it. The thing with that is that it's a lot of power. So before even getting radiation, you need to have a stable power source off of generators connected to a smart battery. Otherwise, you could try to use the manual rad bolt generator setup, which kind of works. It's just a lot of times you want to utilize this. Hey, Miss Chemical Stairs, coming out with a 60 stream streak. Appreciate you. I see you over there, Miss Chemical Stairs. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you tuning in. So, yeah. Get power, stabilize that. Because the thing with the rad bolt generators is that if you don't have power and it's out, you lose all your rad bolts. So you could only shoot with the generator. When I'm saying that, it's this right here, the rad bolt generator. You could only shoot once you've accumulated 50. And that's likely going to take you a full cycle if you're using 2 Weezwards over in the early game, right? So that means you have to keep this powered 480 watts per second for the full 600 seconds, and you can't drop it. Yeah, you need tenfold. So for you to hit the 50 minimum, you need 500. So a lot of times you put the 2 Weezwards next to each other like this, so they overlap the middle radiation. And then yeah, stable power. Otherwise, you will just never get any, regardless of what you do. All right, Pete. All right, my man, you gotta go. I'm sorry, dude. Gunk awesome, liquid. Yeah, early game gunk's kind of nice. O2 tank is nice. Yep. Skill swapping is cool. Bathroom power sucks. Yep. I agree, man. All right, so tough meat means brisket forever. All right, I might actually want to get more. Let's dig this down. Yeah, if you could get more than 2, it's better. But ideally, getting at least 2 could get you started. All right, good luck, Winters. Getting enriched uranium early on is tough, though. The only way to get it is bees. That's the thing. You could only get enriched uranium from the bees. Otherwise, the centrifuge is within the tech tree right here that needs databanks. But yeah, I'm gonna be going the manual rad bolt generator route with enriched uranium. I'm actually gonna be going that way. Okay, so I think I want oxygen mask because I don't want suits. Like, I could get suits, I just don't think it works out. Nah, man. The rad bolt lamp is kind of mid. I found out enriched uranium on the manual rad bolt generator gives you 25 rad bolt. So it's actually not bad. You just have to get the enriched uranium. Bees are a lot better than the centrifuge. It's just that if you don't know how the bees work, and you have to understand that you have to reveal them on the map first so they could start harvesting. They give you a better rate, they give you a better return. The problem is that you have to let them take their time. So it's one of those things that if you prep up, it's superior in every way. But if you don't have bees on the planet, you know, and then you find them later on, you might not want to wait. Centrifuge is on demand, which is like the upside, right? The entire upside. Yo, man, it's on demand, baby. You want 5, you get 5. All right, polluted oxygen, all that good stuff. Algae's up here. We're gonna need some power setups. A lot of dirt, a lot of nickel, but I don't think that's gonna matter too much. I will want more of the algae here. And then I think this is fine. So I think what we'll do here is... I don't think we'll have hydrogen here. So we're gonna do this. Probably like that. And then we're gonna get oxygen here. Maybe we don't need 3. We'll just get 2 for now. And then we're gonna pull this down. It's gonna go to one of these. I guess we'll go for that one. Construction. I guess that's fair. I guess I never needed enrich that early because I use Weezeworts for all my Radbolt research usually. Yeah. Usually you only get enriched for the reactor. That's gonna be the like more commonly used, you know, why you want that. Gotta get the reactor going. I got all my research done with a single Radbolt generator, generating 100 rads per cycle. So I was like, 40 cycles for this tech? Sure, dude. 40 cycles for tech, man. That's that's a mission, man. Oh, this guy farts. This guy's a farmer and a cook. That doesn't really help us. Second cook? We're not farming, dude. I guess we take the Mert seed. I don't feel like the boop's gonna be worth it because I have none of the boop tech. I don't have a gunk extractor or anything. All right, tech-wise, we got the masks. And then I guess we grab CO2 rocket. So carbon dioxide. That's this one. Let the dupes work. Let the dupes work. We're crafting. Gonna be doing the research. No one's building. That's Amari. He's trying, man. He's building by himself. Oh, it's because of the priority 9, I think. Bump this up to a 7. Shinebug reactors, man. You guys gotta farm Shinebugs to even scale it up. I got no Shinebugs, man. Current colonies do silly things. Made a cold brick. Drilling through neutronium with the reactor. Oh, man. It takes a long time, man, to break through neutronium. Rad drilling is done. I can make my rocket silo. Melted walls. All the silly things I've wanted to do. I see you over there, man. I mean, as long as you're having fun. That's all that really matters. Alright, food seems to be good now. Here's a question. Where's the first 5 things to do? That should be research first. Get food. So, farm tiles. A lot of times, you always want that. And then find a body of water to pitcher pump. And then make a toilet. Yeah, actually, toilet is always number 1. Now, of course, realistically, I wouldn't say to each their own, but the toilet is always number 1. You'll see why. If you ever don't pay attention to the toilet, you'll see why, man. Otherwise, you want to get food. I mean, it's like a typical colony management game, right? You want to get to something called dupe stability, so that's calories and oxygen. Right? So you got to get to those, both of those things. Afterwards, it's stress management. Yeah, man. Not getting the toilet is a bad time. right, let's calm down with that. I don't think we need a third smoker. I think our food's gonna be fine now that we have the veggie poppers. All right, let's wait for the dupes. So we're gonna be trying to get oxygen for the telescope. Oh, we got abyssalite mining. Okay, we could finally go up this way. Are you serious? I have mosquito eggs on the top of the planet in space. What the hell? A mosquito broke out and started laying eggs. Seems legit. Seems legit. Oh man, that sounds like a bad time. Space mosquitoes. We have to go through the bleach stone. Okay. And then we decon that. Probably this one as well. No ladders needed in that pattern. So basically that dig pattern utilizes the dupe's ability to climb up. So there are 2 tiles, right? It's how tall they are. But they could climb up 3 tile blocks, basically. So we do that pattern, so it's a natural ladder. What you have to avoid, though, is some of these debris fall down, right? They get affected by gravity. Some of them stay floating. So once you understand which blocks could fall, you avoid it, right? Another thing I want to avoid is the ice that's going to melt. So if you avoid that well enough, you should be good. Oh, there's an ice tile right there. What it does happen with speed. Yeah, so that's a way to get to a place fast, but if you're gonna travel through that area a lot, ladders are faster. It's a direct route. You're not going, you know, swerving left, right, because the pattern only works if you curve, right? So an S pattern, so to speak. A ladder is direct, so a lot of times you want to do the ladder if you can for, you know, long-term travel. All right. Waiting for that. We have enough metal now, at least for now. Toilets are chilling. We're gonna have food. What if I don't do this and just go straight up? Because long term it's better. Also, animation speed's a thing that exists. Animation to jump takes a bit of time. Also contributes to the... Yeah. Basically, in this game, the animations, well... There was a patch that said that they fixed it. I don't know how much of it is actually fixed. That's the problem. I don't actually know how much of it was actually fixed. Because what it is that they made it so you have a stat with dupes known as athleticism. That's basically your move speed. The thing with that is animations in the game don't account for your athletics increase. So that's going to be the main reason why it's slow. You don't get that move speed bonus from athleticism. And as a result, that means you're just moving, you know, whatever your athleticism is, slower. That amount. So they had a patch that made it so that the animations were affected. I don't actually know if it works that well. Alright, we got CO2 rocket. I think we want gas res. I don't think gas res is needed. What else will we want? We're not going to do data banks, but I might want the spacefarer right here. I'm not actually sure. Oh, man. Do we want the large spacefarer? Because I would need rad bolt research. All right, let's just do some pre-teching. No, so they weren't before, but there was a patch like around 6 months ago that made it so that it would be. But it's like, I don't really notice it. Yeah, sliding on a fire pole is fixed, regardless of athleticism. Penalties on you. Plumbing? What about plumbing? Plumbing's a skill right here. You can't plumb without the skill. Alright, we're gonna be chilling on that. I kind of want to dig up more snack fruit for the space mission. Buried objects are always a chance at snack fruit. Don't be mad. Okay, these two. Some right there, but it's a very minor amount. So, oh man, space exposure is right here. That means I probably want a door right here. How would I want to do this? Let's do a door here. Mine that, mine this. Tile, tile. We do it like that. Construction. Dig. Okay. I think right now the biggest thing is the builder is not keeping up. So that means we need to stop cooking. I do kind of need to because we're not growing any food. We're not adding any more downtime. So we're researching, cooking, and then I guess we're digging. I guess that's fair. Come on, my dupes. We need to get to space. I need to start telescoping. Rust smelter. I see you over there. Oh my god. You're gonna run space mining heat. Dude, you should just run, actually, you can't do that, huh? What temperature is rust? 1534. God. Oh, man. It's a good idea to have multiple dupes on research. It's like RimWorld, where having more speeds it up. But that also means you gotta have multiple buildings. So it's up to you. If you really want to get a specific technology, there is merit. But in a normal playthrough, there's no need for that. Like, you know, a normal playthrough where you're just kind of playing the game, doing the stuff. Yo, Mia, coming up with the raid. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Playing ATS. How were the streams, Mia? Appreciate the raid. They were agreeing the community over share with ours. Hopefully you had a nice stream, though. I see you over there. How was it? How was it? So addictive. Doing the drive-in. I did so tired. Sounds like you were changing tires. Seems legit. One is fine. Got it. Yep. I normally just go with one unless you're doing like a speed run. Ah, you were hanging out with the trucker friend. Oh, that's awesome. Hanging out with the homies. It's always a good time. You keep feeding oxygen. We're trying, man. We're trying. Off the bed. Have a great stream. Wrestle Ritz Easy Mia. Thank you so much for the raid. Bring community over, share with ours. But yo, man. Have a good one, man. Going to bed early, man, on the Mondays. Of course, if you guys are coming in, welcome in. My name is Too Legit. We're playing some Onis. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. But right now, we're trying to beat the meteors coming at us. So we're going to send a rocket to where it came from before it reaches us. That's going to be our goal. So that's going to be the playthrough that we're trying to do. But yeah, any questions, let me know. I'll do my best to help. Yeah, right now, we just need a lot of stuff to be built. Power's fine. Food's fine. I'm doing rad research. I'm not sure if I'll need it. I probably, man, grab this so we could grab that and potentially the steam engine. I don't know if I want to do that. Because we could run steam so that we go directly to there. Kind of. I just don't know if that really works, the speedrun perspective. Alright, so we're able to start doing that, which is nice. We're going to start digging these out so we can put ladders there instead. And then I guess we could get started with the O2 masks. We will want to use nickel. Get 10 of these. And then we're going to have to start charging the oxygen to the suit docks. Alright, fill in the gaps. And we just need everything to be built. So the big thing right now is travel, going up and down the ladder. We can't speed that up. How much uranium are we at? At some point, we're going to have to pull all the uranium. 40 kgs. All right, let's do a little bit of math. So let's assume we get 24. I'm rounding down. Right? And let's say that it's 100,000. We would need 4,000 times, what is this? How much minerals is it for the manual hand crank setup? A 1,000. Wow, no way. I only need 5 kilograms. No, I need 5 tons. I'm sorry. 4,200 to be closer to it. Okay, so that is, we're getting there, I guess. I guess we're getting there. And we might need a second hive. We'll learn if we do or not. We actually might need a second hive harvesting. So this could be a dead run, but we're feeling it out. We might have to explore to spawn a second hive somewhere and try to get that harvesting as well. Yeah, it was It was 4,100 and something, but then I was like, wait, but that's per kilogram. So I need 4,100 something kilograms, right? That ends up being 5 tons. Feels bad, man. Addy, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. I see you over there. Slightly off. Yeah, man. It's like that guy that was launching a rocket with NASA and he was using imperial instead of metric. It happens, man. The rocket exploded, but no one died. Next time you spawn, boop, get boop exploration. No, I'm not going to be playing with boops, no. We are not going to be grabbing boops. None of these guys really help. And I feel like we could probably get help right now. I just don't feel like it's necessary with, you know, those interests. Maybe I could have just made him build. Okay, so I guess ladder here wouldn't be bad. And then we go around. Okay. So we have power, nothing's plugged in, which is fine. This doesn't do anything, but I could do it now. Because there's charge. Gonna get the door so that we don't have any, Oh, we're gonna slow down because it's cold up here. Oh, that's gonna suck. I mean, it is what it is. We're gonna deconstruct this. We'll get copper ore, I guess. Oh, I also get the power wire there. I will need this then. 100%. Alright, it's faster to just do it like this. We got to make the oxygen mask, research. I guess I will grab Radbolt Gen. I wonder if I do eventually need bionic dupes for the space mission. There is a lot of merit to the bionics because we're running a speed run, kind of. Like, it makes sense. And then this mosquito's gotta have to go. Actually, yeah, he can't go through the door, so that's pointless. Unless I get stung, which kind of sucks. I don't want to get stung by a mosquito, man. That's not the business. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so right now, decent amount of CO2. Can't be too mad. They keep eating in random spots, which loses time. Maybe I should have made a meal hall, like right here. That way they're not moving around for sleep. And they do sleep until they're full stamina, so that does hurt them. flower pot, I guess. We just have so much to build. I'm thinking we might need 2 builders. Getting the food was kind of nice with the smokers. That kind of stabilized everything. Skipping farming seems okay. If we get bionic dupes, it's even easier because we don't have to feed them. But then you have to think about getting the gear bomb gunk stuff. That sucks. We don't really have a way of getting vital oil right now either. Oh, we're getting a nut. Okay, the neighboring planet's getting a meteor shower. I thought we were getting wrecked right now. All right, it's connected. We're not gonna pump that yet. These don't need power. I guess pumping it's fine. It's on a separate line. Oxygen, breathability. We're gonna need that as well. Oh man, so much building we have to do. We have wheeze wards here, but I'm trying to avoid using wheeze wards if possible. So there's a little bit of refined metal there. It's not bad. I don't think we could refund the stuff for that, but we could deconstruct all of this for metal. I don't think we need it though. Oh, they keep supplying. Okay, let's build this, build all of that. It's all just priority 9 so that he doesn't just keep helping them. Because he's not doing his job, and that's a problem. The double research, I guess it's fine. It just feels like we're kind of behind right now. Cycle 20. We only got the mini pod on there. We need to start scanning space for other planets. We don't have metal for the other. That is something I kind of want to do then. Okay, so once we're done researching, we'll just start crushing metal. We have a lot of nickel waiting for us. Oh, there it is. So we have this pipeline because we have to add it in. Oh, we repaired. Oh my god. Okay, whatever's. Alright, that's a reason. I wish repair was something that you could toggle, like just across the board, kind of like germs. Because the repair, man, I don't want to have to click on that and click disable auto repair. And then when something new spawns in, I have to click on that as well. That kind of sucks. Yeah, I think also not getting dupes regardless of their interests. I think I do need to start doing that. Because my manpower is very low. Even if we're going to start telescoping cycle 21-ish, it feels pretty bad right now. Look at that, and they're eating here instead of at the meal hall. Or a draggable box to disable auto repair would be good. Kind of like harvest, disable auto harvest. Yeah, actually, yeah, that would be really good too. Boops are the way to go for speeding for something. They are. It's just that, man. I feel like the boop stuff is so out of the way. Like, you're gonna spend the first 3 cycles trying to get a gunk extractor up, because you have to get science, tech it up, and then build it. And then you got a gear bomb, which in and of itself kind of feels like a trap, because you're not going to be able to get gear bomb reliably early on, because you're not going to be gunk extracting that often. They are supposed to be better for the speed though, 100%. I just think I need to work it out. Gunk to gear bomb is 1-to-1. Yeah, so it's like when you try to do the rocket mission and you don't have gear bomb, you get what? The ones from the printing pod, and that's it. Which means your bionic dupes that are not on the rocket mission are kind of screwed. But it does mean you don't need food, which is kind of nice. The built-in oxygen tanks are really nice as well. That would have made diving down a lot faster, now that I think about that. It's a work in progress, though. We'll work it out. We'll do things. See, the problem is running both bionics and normal dupes. I feel like that in and of itself is like, you got to provide for both of them. Gunk extractor, unless you just let them use the outhouse, in which you don't get the gunk. Ah, classic. All right, so let's keep doing this. Let's go. Let's get the research. You just gotta wait. We're gonna be done with research for now, so that we don't have to work on it. Is there anything I need? Get the boop stuff, like gear bomb. Is there anything I actually need here? I don't think I do. We need to start telescoping above all else right now. Need to get astronomy, which we have. This guy already got cooking skill. Man, I'm gonna hold on to that point. And then piloting. I did not see the speed run, no. I did not see the speed run. This is my first attempt. So, you know, gotta go through, see what kind of problems we have, and then work it out from there. That dude had some crazy tactics with boobs. Yeah, probably imagine. I imagine. They are movable light. Yeah, technically. They do emit light when they're doing that, yeah. Alright, we need to get that telescope though. I am doing random seed though. So there's a lot of stuff that I just can't pre-plan. Because I know that the fast speedruns like that, they're all using a dedicated seed. So it's going to be different strats. It's kind of like, you know, when you do Minecraft speedruns, you have set seed and then random seed. So we're working out the kind of like the raw, you know, what is going to be problems we run into. Not so much, you know, something that just pertains to the seed. No, it's possible. It's just a different category. You just wouldn't compare them the same because it's not fair. Is this gonna flood eventually? It might. I guess we don't need it to drain, but we could. Yeah, we gotta build. This would be so much faster if we had batteries, now that I think about that. Get a boop. Get a boop, get a boop. This guy's actually better. Because that +1 and that's +3. And then frostproof is nice. Alright, we'll get Herald. He's just gonna be a build supply. No decorating on him. Get the masks in. The water could spill now. I don't think we need to research right now. Suits are pumped. We're going to need to start getting to the telescope oxygen. I should make them start using this, but we got to wait for that to get delivered. That travel, man. Okay. So we're charging now. Let's get the checkpoint in so we start using the suits. Well, masks. And then potentially doing a charging area so we can put it on the rocket. Looks like we will have to probably put the rocket here. Alright, gotta need that to get built. O2 stable. The 2-2. Some point we're probably gonna have to bop this guy and get some brisket cooked. At the same time, are we getting veggie poppers? I guess we will once that gets harvested. But this guy's food, is that the only lump? Okay, we have another one over here. And I guess we could fight the Rex. There we go, finally. Alright, now they're forced to use suits instead of having to hold their breath. Ah, nice. That's built. Start pumping. Power is good. We want to bump this to a 9. No meteor showers. Alright, we can start scanning now. Okay. How much are we at? 78. Man, we probably don't have enough with just a hive, man. We'll have to work that out. How many hives we have to find in order to get enough enriched for the setup. And then oxygen inside, so they're gonna be able to breathe. So we need to get this started. I mean, we don't have window tiles. Is it gonna be possible to do like a lab? No, right? I hear you, Mamba. I know, I know. All right, scanning time. So the next thing we gotta do now is 99, because we're gonna need rocket platform, and that's way expensive. We're gonna put that over here once we get it ready. Free refined metal though. Gotta take it, gotta take it. Ultimate travel, man. So much travel. Alright, so space is getting scanned. Water is melting. Classic. Food should be alright. Once we get that harvested, we're gonna get some more veggie poppers. We still got snack fruit. It's mad cold in there. Gotta get frost-proof dupes. Really do. And then once we get this, we'll need to get the CO2 rocket. There's probably a lot of modules I don't have that I probably should try to get. So what would we want? Man, a lot of the water from the ice kind of sucks. Try to avoid the ice, but then the straight path is best. Barely didn't get the obsidian. A lot of random brine ice is just gonna melt, which makes batteries here kind of dangerous. Someone's gonna climb up, drop the battery, and it's gonna explode. And then it's gonna be a bad time. So we already have one mini pod built on the second planet. Maybe we should come here, build a telescope, and start scanning from this side as well. No, there's no oxygen, right? That's gonna make that kind of tough. What can we do with a CO2 rocket? Because we can't really scan with that, right? With the small spacefarer. I don't think it's possible. So we need this one. Dang, which means we need rad research. I was trying to avoid that if possible, but it looks like we do need rad research. Dude, that sucks. We know where the tear is, and we know that we're gonna have to like piggyback boost in order to get there. So that's what, 3, 4, 2? That's 9. So well, I guess we could do CO2 canisters. We do have filler technically. That's probably what we want then. And then we probably need to just power this somehow. Compact's only 60. It's probably not worth. Run a separate wheel setup here. Maybe that's fine. Smoker output CO2 directly fill as well. Save on the pump. Yeah, true. I guess we could try that. How much do we generate? 20 per second. Take a while. hit the amount that we need. Yeah, I think we do need to set up a rad bolt setup, which kind of sucks. Okay, so we're gonna start grabbing some Wheezeworts then. So we see one here, and one there. All right, this is gonna be the closest one. And then from there, grab this one. We have power, so it's not too bad. I'll probably have to do the setup here then. Yeah, we're gonna run a separate setup. This is 120. We do have load space. We're gonna have to set this up. Okay. So 1, 2. Dang, all right, so it's like that. I have to hope this diagonal works. Ah, man. That's unfortunate if it doesn't. You could clip the corner, which is why that might suck. Alright, none. I just hope dupes don't climb over. I can't hope the dupes. They're gonna get shot. And then we're gonna have to run a second line here. It's probably gonna be that. And then this. And then we're gonna swap the wires. Alright, so this is waiting. We gotta build the stuff down here. It's unfortunate, but we do need the rad bolt tech. Man, that's really early to get that though. Oh, do we even have phosphorite? Oh, we do. Okay, we have enough. That way, this way, 51, 52. I guess the good thing about making a rust melter in space is that getting and maintaining a vacuum is easy. True. Yeah. We got the auto vacuum, which is kind of nice. Oh, this needs to aim down. Oh, you know what? I also would want bottle drainer tech for gases, which is going to be here. We're scanning. We are scanning. Okay. We don't have nickel. Are you serious? No, we have 7 tons. What? That's so weird. All right, skill. Oh, we can't research. My man got astronomy. No, he's melting the rust to get iron. So you get more iron. No. Oh my god. I'm locked out of tech. Oh man. I mean, I guess what can I really do, right? I mean, yeah, you could argue that. It's just that unless you really need those resources, the iron a lot of times is going to be better. Just because you're going to need iron as a metal for steel. And then it's like, if you have water, you can just technically just use an electrolyzer. The problem with using rust for chlorine and O2 is that you need salt. If you don't have salt, it doesn't work, right? And dude, it's evil. They have a map out there, a planet, where you get a rust biome, but you don't get salt. It's the rudest thing, man. They give you rust, but no salt. So it's like, what are you even supposed to do with oxygen? The setups, man. The setups. I mean, oh. Alright. Top off the peats. This is dying. Figs. I take the starry-eyed, I guess. Supplier. Ah, man. No skill points. This guy. Harold can't do anything here. So I guess that means we gotta scrub. Kind of sucks, but I guess we have to do it. Yeah, using rust oxidizers, 8-15 ratio, you lose almost half the iron. Melting the rust, 100% of it's converted to iron. Being that, I also have infinite chlorine with the geysers. And I'm running dartles. So I have a lot of chlorine. O2, I have a hydra. You have 8 tons per tile in the hydra. I see you. Yeah, the rust conversion is pretty nice if you really need the iron. All right, so with the skill point issue, we could try to scrub it. It's kind of a pain. Yeah, you don't need that, but it's like you could build it, get a little bit better efficiency. No research. All right, we're gonna pre-tack this, the other two, and then we'll swap that over to bottle drainer later. Oh, the ice that I mined through earlier is starting to melt. That's it. It's normal, you know, space things. So we just have it drip so it doesn't affect us. But yeah, there's ice here, man. The ice melts sometimes. All right, so we do have to do a radiation setup for Radbolt Gen. We have 51, so that's this one at 52. So this works. This works. I'll take that. Because it shoots diagonally. Oops. And it didn't clip the tile. All right, what's this going to be? It's probably going to be a PY, right? Food's good so far. Yeah, once that's done, it's going to pop out. We can't do that. I'm going to try to wait for the level up on Nicola. We could bop the grilling, though. We could bop the grilling so that we have one material and one telescoper. I should have had this guy be the telescoper. So the other guy would have been fine. Feels bad. Oh my god, he's gonna be running jawbos too. Oh, my man Matikso is starving and climbing down so slow. The water makes it a lot worse, man. I think that might be the last of the brine, though. And then the water is going to make it so that we need to mop it up so we don't get to slow down. Should be fine. Ooh, we pumping. Not bad. You're just doing things to wait for the neutronium to be mined through. Dude, I would never want to break down the neutronium with rad bolts. That's such a tedious thing, man. Ultimate tedious. Man, this is feeling more and more like I need to just do Steam. I just need to do Steam. Like, beelining for CO2 and all that's not gonna help. Like, we could do this, I just don't feel like it's gonna be helpful. Where is this coming from, man? Where is this brine spawning from? All right, another planet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's a little bit better. We're probably gonna have to fly there. So that means I need my Trailblazer rover setup. I'm gonna grab that next. So we could do the 2 mission strat. That's not gonna work though, because we're not gonna have the metal. So how do we want to do this? 2 rockets? How you would normally do it? Oh man, we don't have enough nickel for that. It's all just problems. It's really all just problems. If we... Man, I can't even speed tech because I'm skill point denied. Like, even if I wanted to go grab the steam turbine ASAP, I feel like I'm gated from the skill points. Dude, it's they don't want you to do it, man. They really just don't want you to do it. They patched out the CO2, that's CO2. They patched out the rad bolt pulse harvesting. They did a lot of stuff to make it not a thing anymore. Yeah, man, and it's not something that's stable either. It sucks, man. $300 kgs. The other one would have made it so much faster though if you did do the other way. It got patched out, but the other way to do it, I feel like is so nice. This is likely not a planet. So 1, 2, 3, and then we need ice planet 4, and we would need 1 random planet 5. Okay, so we need to find 1 random planet, and then we need to find the ice planet. Finding the ice planet's gonna be the worst. Can we do this with Seal 2? Because I won't be able to get both the rover, right? So, carbon dioxide engine. Let me slow this down really fast. This is 3. This is too high. Okay. And then it's 10. So we have 8. Solo spacefarer. This is going to be 3, 5. Oh, you can't fit both. So that's 11. Oh, God. You can't fit 2 trailblazers. Okay. Oh my God, these patient boys. There's no ice here. Wait, this is dripping? Is that what's happening? Oh, what? Is there a weird drip mechanic now? I need to watch. Why does this randomly generate brine? This isn't even close, though, to melting point. Nothing here is close to melting point. And there is no ice on this setup. Why, though? Why does it drip despite being in well within the freeze state? It's going down. Oh, that's annoying, man. No, so the temperature is cold enough that it should stay solid. That's the thing that's weird. But the temperature in the area is cold enough that it stays solid. It melts above negative 22. That was weird. This went to negative 100 for a split second. This game is jank, man. Did you see that? Minus 102. Minus 59. I'm so confused, dude. All the gases here, though. Negative 20. Flacking. The temp around the tile is lower. I mean, it shouldn't melt. It shouldn't melt. You tried to make a sour gas boiler with that mechanic? Oh, that sounds so jank. So that slows me down. Okay, man. I had ice sitting at 2 Fahrenheit for 3 in-game days. That's usually because the mass is a little low. If the mass of the ice is too low, it doesn't change states. It's real, man, this game is jank. Two tons, 22 Fahrenheit? Oh my god. Alright, there's only one thing we could do. Move all the ice into a pit. No, we'll wait. Because us touching the water is stress, and it gives you chili immediately. Is something to do with liquid boiling at low pressure? No, that doesn't exist in this game. It's likely a weird bug. The CO2 we breathe out, maybe? Regardless, we're just gonna have to move all the ice. Yeah, man, we gotta do what we gotta do, man. No more drip shenanigans. This is starving. What? Alright, man, this guy's gotta go. I'm sorry, man. We gotta feed the people. Okay, it's just that. Dude, there's so much ice there. Really is trying. Our research is... Oh, did we grab... No, we didn't grab that. Let's grab it then. Ah, man. This is the ultimate struggle. Okay, so we're gonna cut power here because we're already max charge. Don't want to just waste the peat. And then we don't have someone with skill yet. Nicola's gonna wait. It's gonna take way too long. I guess we could just scrub them. I guess we'll have to work that out next time. Tough meat needs to be put into the smoker. And then we'll be able to get food. We're going to move the ice to here. Hopefully it's not going to melt anymore. And then if anything, we probably cap it so that it doesn't expand. It's probably going to break the phosphorite though. Maybe we cap it this way. That way it expands up. Maybe something like that. Man, I really don't know how we need to do this because we can't telescope. We need cartographer. So you could only travel on space tiles that you've already scanned. So you need to scan space. And then in order to do the space stuff, you need to get to 5 bases. Or basically 1, 2, 3. 5 planets with a mini pod on it and the main one with a regular pod. In order to even do tear. It feels like you do need steam for this. To deal with the RNG. I mean, I guess we just have to go down that route. We get chilly at this point. Okay. That still kind of sucks. Can't really do anything about that unless we get frostproof. We wouldn't have coats just because we don't have the resource. Probably gravel the sky. Build supply. Yeah. So the only thing we could do at this point is get a second rocket up. Amber field. Get a second rocket up so we could do 2 trailblazers. That'd be the only thing we could do. And then, yeah, like that's really it, right? Let's try to get that built, get it ready. We will need multiple rockets set up like that. CO2 is kind of heavy, so I guess we could start pumping again. Oh, this is filled. Dude, that slowdown's insane. Alright, so there is a better method to deal with this. Basically, put the door down here. And then remove this so it vacuums. So then there's no heat transfer. That's what I should have done. Oh no, I need a liquid lock then, right? I guess we'll have to do a weird drop lock like this. Yeah, man, those exploit locks. One false move and it's all over. Trailblazer, where are you? Oh, we have it already. Nice. Alright, so we really just need to get this kind of done. We need more refined metal. Let's get this built. When in doubt, save scum, dude. That slowdown's a lot. We should have liquid locked into it with a vacuum on the top. Let it naturally vacuum with the space exposure. That would have been better strats. Alright, so we do need steam, otherwise we just can't scan the planet the way we need to. Otherwise we just have to hope to get lucky, in which case if we don't, we just wasted time. So I think we're just gonna go with the better, more foolproof method, which is going to be steam turbine. Yeah, we're going to have to just steam turbine. There's nothing we could really do. Ah, man. Algae's at 30 tons. It is a little bit low. 200 for the Trailblazer. And then we would need more on top of that anyways. Alright, we're going to bump this to 9. We have no operators, effectively. Alright, we're going to make Turner an operator. We don't need that right now. No more power banks. Megaphron's nice. Megaphron's nice. Megaphron, you could argue, is like a lot better. Sleet wheat. You get a lot better sleet wheat. I see you over there, Slayer. Megaphron is nice. It really is. Alright, no gas. We're gonna wait for this to vacuum naturally. Alright, we're just gonna do normal rockets then. We're gonna have to wait till we get large spacefarer. I think this is fine. We will have to get a weird gas drainer set up, which I think is fine though. Dude, just make some squeaky puffs, feed them the chlorines. Alright, so once we get that drainer, it's gonna work out. 2,000 points. Ah, man. I will wait. But getting steam turbine tech, I think, is the play. And then afterwards, we're gonna have to make a steam box. Probably gonna have to be here. We already have background tiles, right? That makes it a little bit easier. And you do the Dartle Ranch. It sucks that chlorine doesn't have that many uses. I mean, they're adding some. They're trying to make it better. This is such a weird problem, man. If I touch water, we get chilly surroundings. If we just have it open, like with a door, they're gonna get it from the air anyways. So it's like I'm always gonna get it. It's annoying, man, watching the dupes struggle to climb up the ladder because of the chilly surroundings. Oh, they did the CO2 breathe out right there. God damn it. Why would I want to trailblaze? I guess I just kind of have to. Ah, man. I'm still at ends on what strategy we should try. We should really just hunker down for another 20 cycles. Get the steam tech. Set up the steam rocket stuff while we do the space scanning. But I feel like we effectively lose time. I guess we're gonna try CO2 method today, where we build 2 rockets, try to fly to another planet. Good trailblaze, abandon, dupe, get mini pods down. The problem is opening up the debris packages might mean dupe suffocates. We don't have wood. I guess we could use a normal heater. Is that not a tech? Oh, it's right here. Space heater. Yeah, I would have to tech up the space heater. Man, that sucks. That's a different tech. All right, so we will want... I hate the space heater, though, because they make it so that every dupe that doesn't have the buff runs to get it. So it's in and of itself a built-in time loss, man. So many things that are just so kind of like frustrating because you don't really have control over it. It would be amazing that you just get the buff from passing through. And then I could just put it where my suits are. So that dupes don't have to walk up, get the buff, and go back down to research. And then another problem is that every dupe uses it all the time. 100%, man. That was the biggest problem I had with the heaters. Regardless of if you need the buff or not, everyone goes and grabs it. How do I know this? On a non-cold planet playthrough, I made a Drekel Ranch, but the room was too cold. It wasn't warm enough for the bomb lily. And then my entire colony went inside the moment I built it. Rad Pill, same thing. You just eat rad pills. They don't really care if you have like absorbed radiation. It's man. I wish it was something that was reactive. If absorbed rads is over 50, I don't know, set of value, they would consume it, you know? There's just nothing in this game is reactive like that when it comes to like consumption. Ah, man. I see you over there, Jack. We're trying to work this out to make it so that it's like the best. But it's not looking too good. One, two, three, four, five, six. At least we could make a round trip. At least we could make a round trip. What kind of biomes are on this? We get algae. No, we don't. Oh, we don't get algae on this. Then how am I gonna get oxygen? Forest biome doesn't have algae. I don't think metallic biome does. Barren doesn't, I don't think. Yeah, but I can't pump the oxygen out for the telescope. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I need to do so that I could start scanning from this tile. The oxiferd is not that fast. Now I'm thinking I should just wait, man. Steam would be so much better. All right, let me look at this. Can you put a regular telescope inside and still be able to do the rocket control station? I don't think you can, right? You can't fit both a regular telescope and a rocket control station, because then you needed the drive. Man, space scanning sucks. We're really just locked out of it. I mean, this is a trial run. We'll live and we'll learn, right, from our mistakes. And then we'll shave down the time after we learn. Sorry about that, I was sneezing. Apologize. It's the fact that you have to feed it CO2. And there's the initial design with that is you wait for the CO2 to fly down. And then the real issue is that it spawns the oxygen at the bottom, which inherently messes up the CO2 flow. It gets in its own way. Would converting slime to algae be worth it? That's a last resort. You could do that. I would not recommend it as a way to generate oxygen unless you have no other way. Just because slime isn't renewable without like a puff ranch, even then you would need a source of polluted oxygen. And then if you're going to be using polluted water for that, why not just sieve the water and feed it to an electrolyzer that gives you a better on-demand rate? So it's just one of those things where it's like, it's a stopgap. You could do it, but it's not something you want long term. It's only like a last resort for the slime algae. All right, we're gonna see if that fits. If it doesn't, I think we're just gonna go straight to Steam and then kind of bite the bullet. Like, we lost a little bit because we went for the CO2 route in the beginning. Now that we know and we work that out, I think we could do a better setup next time. But for now, though, we still got to learn some stuff. I see a Xenoside becoming a fan of the submerged electrolyzers. But yeah, the Alveo Vera with mutations is going to be my next experiment. Dude, I wish they changed so many things up. There's so many things in the game that would be really cool in normal gameplay if it was just viable. The problem with mutations, man, is that you do all the work for a chance of getting a mutated seed, and it's not guaranteed. And then the mutated seed is like 1 of 12 random mutations, and some of them are garbage. And it's like, I didn't need this. And then here's the kicker. You get the one you need, you only get 1 seed, and you got to do the whole process again. It's like, why don't they have a building that mutates seeds on demand at the cost of like enriched uranium? You can't duplicate seeds, I believe. But it's like, dude, you shouldn't need to do that, you know? So the plant isn't mutated. Do mutated plants drop mutated seeds of itself? I'm not actually sure. So the thing with a uprooted mutation, the thing is that the original plant isn't mutated, but drops a mutated seed if you radiate it, right? The plant itself doesn't change. So you would dig up a normal plant, unless you take the mutated seed and then you plant that, and then hope you get a mutated seed from that and you dig up the original, right? But when you radiate a plant so that it hits the mutation threshold and you get the RNG chance for it, it's just the seed. The original plant's still original. And then you don't know what mutation you get until you analyze it. It's just so many steps, man, that feel like it really shouldn't be that bad for a minor benefit. It's like, have you guys ever tried to be like, dude, making a pool is easy. You just got to go to your backyard and dig a hole and fill it with water. Right? Simple. And it's like, you actually do it, you're like, man, this should not be this much work. You know what I'm saying, man? It's like, what is this, man? They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I would rework mutated seeds, man. I really would. 100% change how it completely works. I don't know if a mutated plant gives you the same mutated seed when you get a seed drop. I'm not even sure if mutated plants can give you a seed. They don't have mutation on this. Okay, sunflower seeds. You're taking so many scientists for geotuning on the Dino Run. I see you over there. All right. Still scanning. We got outer rings still, so I guess we'll let them do their thing. I'm gonna cut 1 pump, and this is 480. All right, 1 oxygen diffuser as well. Does this scrub his accumulated experience? Because I want to just give him material study terminal. Mutated plants do not drop seeds upon being harvested. I can tell you that much. Yeah, that means, yeah. So you really just get the mutated seed, try to get the one you want, and then... Wait. Pakus no longer eat partial seeds. Wait. Do they still eat partial seeds? Because if they don't, you can't get that to work. Doesn't that mean you can't seed dupe? You could do it still? How do you do it without having the point value? Or can you run a... You use dispensers and table salt for the dupe. I see. You just run less than 100 grams. Wait, how does that work, though? Doesn't that just overfill the bin? So you run the 100... Wait. Ah, I see what you guys are saying. They don't overfill it. So I thought that... So there's a weird thing with the storage bin where if you hit the limit and you overfill it, it's fine. It doesn't drop the rest. So that means if you have it at 1,000 and then you have 100 grams of like eggshells and then you put in the seed, it just goes up to 1,100. That's not how it works, apparently. All right, Nicola's almost done. Okay. Dupes will overfill. Yeah, they will. Which is why I'm oh, it's a dupe thing. I see what you're saying. So if you do it with a sweeper, it's done properly. Wow. Okay. He did not lose. Okay. So we want material study terminal. So now he can start doing this. Which is going to be my spacefarer. Alright, we already have 100 rads, so we're good. We could shoot again soon. We cut this because we're not going to run that anymore. We'll re-plug in the top. I hate how you idle there. Is this us? No, neighboring planet. Alright, we still got an outer ring. This could be a planet that could help. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, okay. So you could only seed dupe with a sweeper. That means, yeah, I guess you could still seed dupe the mutated. I see what you're saying now. So if you dupe the seed, plant the seed, and then uproot it, you get the full seed back and still having another partial seed. I see you guys. I see you guys. Still, that's not enough for mutated seeds. I feel like they should make it a lot better. Yeah, so it is just a seed setup with sweepers. I see you guys. I see you guys. You run door drowning. I see you over there. That way the plant uproots without having a dupe access. Alright, does this work? So you could only put the... You can't. You put the telescope in the corner. You run the wheel there. Maybe this could work. Let's see if this works. So we would have to have Radbolt pills. Oh, can you even make that? Without coal? Super specialized seeds. Conveyor on the right has a switch. I see you, I see you. I really like super specialized seeds personally, but those things really will not like mix builds like critters and seeds in the same spot. Man, I don't know any of the mutations off the top of my head. Not gonna lie. Not familiar with what that one does. Tile. Wait, what? Does that not work the way I think I need it to? Here, there, here. Oh, wow. Wow, this is such a weird setup. No way, you have to do it like this. And then you don't get battery. Okay, you get the battery here. No toilet. Dude. This ain't it. You run discharger? How much is this? 120. You run 2 dischargers? Bop that then. Battery. Discharge. So they're not on the floor. Could you do... Well, no, I won't be able to climb up then. Could you do this up here? Well, I guess you would still keep that discharger there. So you would need this, just this tile. I don't think this works. No toilet. You would need the plastic wall toilet. Oh, man. It's possible to get this done. And then that's enough. So you want that off the floor, so if your dupes make a mess, the batteries don't explode. But otherwise, you wouldn't be able to fit. Dude, this is... Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get an outhouse in here. I don't think we do this. By the time this gets done, I feel like steam rockets should be what we focus on then. Yeah. Yeah, you would do mesh. I just don't have it teched up. That way it always falls to the bottom without any problems. You're right, Makoto. Yeah, I've only ever done mutated seeds for GMO A-OK. And I'm not gonna lie, that was the worst achievement to get. I got everything else done, but GMO AOK was a nightmare. I had a reactor next to gas grass, and it still took like 30 cycles. It was insane, man. I was trying to just do gas grass, man. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the tear before Demolier hits in cycle 200. So I think we will just go for steam engine. It is what it is. Yeah, worse than Mind the Gap. Worse than Mind the Gap. Because with Mind the Gap, even without the driving module that you have over here, I was able to just get max rocket count and do the auto drive. So the big thing for me was keeping up with the diamond demand. Because if you don't have diamonds and you have to use radiation to do it, and I was doing radiation for diamonds and I was using Rabold engines, I got to a point where all the nearby spots right here were mined out. And I wasn't generating enough resource fast enough because the regeneration is 1%. So you have a minimum amount of mass. You can't mine it out because it regenerates. So I got to the point where we hit the minimum value and it doesn't let you mine anymore. So I mined out inside and I was doing outer ring mining. And I'm not going to lie, I had like 8 rockets. So it's 1 rocket pilot, launch, have it auto drive, get the pilot back, and then boom, you let it do its thing. And it was pretty straightforward. It wasn't that bad. Now, of course, I had Rabo rockets, so you drove pretty fast, and I had a lot. And I was, I forgot what map I was doing, but it was very straightforward. GMO AOK was, I didn't really understand the nuance. So it comes down to a couple things. One is every time you have a plant hit the radiation threshold, right here, so you have sweat corn, right? You have a radiation amount that you can't go over, right? So that's fine. You just make sure it's under. The thing with that is you need to be right under, because that amount is effectively the chance of getting a mutated seed. However, the thing about this that's really stupid is you have to have a farmer with high agriculture skill. And you know why? You are never guaranteed a seed. So you need to have someone that's been leveling farming and have it max level. I didn't. I ended up doing an all achievement run. So I have no one with agriculture skill. Because you have locavore you got to do. You can't farm. You go straight into ranching. So I had no one with agriculture skill. So I had like a 6% seed chance. And that guy was like the highest rolled farmer I could get. So because I had a 6% every harvest, I couldn't guarantee getting a seed, right? Because it's like, if you don't get a seed, you can't even roll for a mutated. So it's layers of RNG on top of itself. So that was the thing that got me. It was that I would harvest and we just get nothing. And then if we do get a seed, it was just not mutated. And I was just like, dude, and we got to wait for another growth period. Right? And it's like, during that time, you got to keep the reactor rolling. And then you also have to make it so that only that dupe is able to go up. And then if you don't have more than one farmer and you have no one helping you fertilize, it starts to become this thing, well, it's growing and it's not. And then I didn't know that. So you could actually wait till all the plants are fully grown and waiting to be harvested, save, and then save scum that. I didn't know you could do that, but that's a thing you could do where when you're about to harvest, save the game, let your guy harvest. If you get mutated seeds, good. If you don't, save scum, and you get another, you know, attempt at it. But it was bad. It was bad, man. Mind the Gap is easy because there's no RNG involved. Job suitability used to be the worst. It's not even the worst anymore in terms of bottom 3. GMO AOK, Mind the Gap because of the sheer volume. And then maybe job suitability. I don't know if there's another one that's worse. Sweeter to Honey is easy. Moral High Ground's easy. Cluster Conquest is not that bad. These two are the worst. Job suitability used to be bad. Easy living you could cheese if you know how. Yeah, it's really those three then. So I realized that showers work. The problem is that if your dupes are doing other jobs, right? What I realize is that you gotta shower and give them a lot of time before. Because sometimes if they sleep too long, because they sleep until they're full stamina, you might not get them awake in time to shower. But yeah, I ran a weird strat where I made everyone build tiles. So I had literally an area here, right? And what I did was I had it all dug out and just ladders every 7 tiles. And then we would do 2 layers of building. So you could do it from the top and bottom, right? Like this, so that everyone was building and supplying. That's what I did. It worked out, but yeah, man, it's a pain. All right, so we don't have a cook anymore, which kind of sucks. We're not getting toasted millets. Oh, if you have people flying on a rocket, there's a lot of weird stuff. So if your dupe is on a rocket mission off the planet, so that only counts for base game. So if you're playing base game and doing that, when your dupe is in a rocket, they don't count on the population and you could get it. But the moment they come back, they break it because they retroactively count the missed days. So that also means if you get a dupe, a new dupe, and you print out a new dupe, they ruin job suitability. Because job suitability doesn't take if everyone has done the task. They look at the population and then retroactively count the days. It's really stupid. Really, really stupid. And when I realized that because I was doing rocket missions and stuff like that, or printing out a dupe, that was baiting me, I literally just had to sit there for 5 seconds. Watch everyone do it. Don't do anything else. But yeah, it's how they count the jobs that's stupid. And then if you have a dead dupe, they count. So if a dupe died, I mean, this used to be a glitch, but if you have a dead dupe, they don't shower, they don't do a job because they're dead. They count for job suitability, so you would never get it unless you start a new save. It's really ridiculous the amount of like jank stuff that bops job suitability. Like, there's realistically nothing you could do in some cases. They had to patch that, of course. And it shouldn't be in the game anymore, but I'm not sure if it is or not. I just realized we're breathing out CO2. So it's keeping us cold. Oh my god. So the vacuum strat doesn't work. Boys, we're gonna build a heater, it looks like. And then everyone's gonna run up to the heater. We're working this out, boys. We're working this out. So what do we realize? We cannot beeline CO2 and brute force it unless we know where everything is, right? Since we're running random seed, we can't just go the right way. Second thing is we need steam rockets, right? That's going to be the easiest way to do that. And we could try to beeline the research. We have Weezewarts here, Pete for CO2. If we need CO2 rockets, we could do a very archaic method where we fly out, crash land, and then let the dupe die. I don't want to do that though. I don't want the dupes to die. We could also try to make it so that we just generate oxygen on this planet somehow. It's really what, just oxyfern on the forest biome? I don't think we'd be able to bring oxygen with us. We do have gas cargo. You know what? That could work. We bring the gas cargo. We have to pre-charge oxygen mask. Make the dupe wear the mask before we abandon ship. That way it could deconstruct the correct container. And then we have to hope that there's nothing weird blocking us. Like, what would suck is that there's like a big pit that we have to like dig through, but it's all abyssalite. And it's not that we can't dig through abyssalite, is that it's time consuming, and that when you're using the oxygen mask, there's not enough oxygen for you to dig through all that. So we would have to hope it's like somewhat flat and we could walk up to the canister to unload it, get the oxygen, swap masks, and then pull that stuff inside to build a bottle drainer, release the oxygen, and then use that for the telescope. The problem is that I don't think we'll be able to pump enough to last long enough for this to work. But we could try to run the strat like that with the gas cargo right there. Ah, man. Otherwise, it's steam. We can't really telescope inside without the large spacefarer either. Though, if we do get it, it's going to be easier because we're probably going to use the enclosed inside for a little bit more range. The only issue is that we're going to need power inside, which means we're going to want batteries, which is going to be fine inside the large spacefarer. All right, let's keep going though. So what else would we want to kind of work out? We're going to get teleporter. We're going to get a third planet. We need to find ice planet. And then we need a fifth planet. You know what? Let's actually do a crash mission. Oh, we could run orbital cargo module. That could be a play. Because that would let us... We gotta go to this guy. We could drop off the stuff. And then, well, no, we would still have to unpack it. Why did they make it? I mean, yeah, I guess it is what it is. Otherwise, there's no point of the payload opener. If you guys didn't know, the payloads that you drop off take like 200 seconds to open. And the only reason is so that you're utilizing the payload opener. Otherwise, this building is pointless, right? Though that would be the play, potentially. Alright, we're gonna fill this up, and then we're gonna try to do a mission. We're gonna crash land here on purpose. Yeah, to automate stuff you needed, but it's like for the first mission and the fact that it's like you're not gonna have enough resource to trailblaze and then build a platform. You're either gonna need a partner that's also trailblazing, but then that means a second rocket, which is kind of stupid for, you know, getting your first rocket platform. I feel like it needs to be a better way. Otherwise, it's like you go in, drop off the payload with a rover. I don't think rovers could open the payload. I might be wrong. If someone knows about that, let me know. So what that means is you go there, drop off the payload with the refined metal inside, trailblaze, open that, build a platform, land the rocket back in. Like, I guess that could work, but you would probably want suits for that. You could otherwise use rover trailblazer made out of steel. That's what I normally do, but in a speed run setup, I'm not gonna have steel. I'm not gonna have steel for that. You know what's funny? I could let Demolier hit on the lab and then get Iridium, which does exactly that. I don't know if that's worth it, because the lab map is huge, classic sized, so I wouldn't be able to get down here for the enriched. It's such a weird dilemma. It's such a weird dilemma. Let the Demolier hit cycle 10. We get Iridium. We get to run the rover trailblazer out of Iridium. You do need to go through the hot asteroid, but if you get lucky with a seal and there's no gas, steam, if there's no steam or no oxygen in there, you could stand on top of the 1,000-degree Iridium, no problem. Because it's like it's in a vacuum, right? Otherwise, so you would need to break out, right? Because if we look at this as an example, we would need to break out around it and then approach from the top and try to mine it from there. Because if you're in a vacuum, you don't take damage. That's how I got the achievement. I will say that. That's how I got that one. I guess the other method is take a bionic dupe. They would have enough oxygen to last. Maybe that's all I needed to do. Take bionic dupe so you could run CO2 rocket. Take a bionic dupe so we could run CO2 rocket. And then we could crash land. They would have 240 kilograms of oxygen, so they last about, what, 3-4 days? And then we could try to get everything else set up in that time. Is there oil here? No oily. I would have to go here. Go to the oily biome to make gear bomb off of oil. That's a thing, right? No, oh yeah, you could use crude oil for that. Okay, nice. Phyto oil, crude oil, and then gunk. Wait. We could substitute that, right? Or is that specifically gunk? No, that's lube station. We would need lube station for that. God damn it. My bad, Dragon. I didn't mean to spoil that. I did not mean the spoils. Build with CO2. Oh, we don't have oxygen then. Let me get this right here. I got that achievement today. It's only on the lab, I believe. No, I think if you let it hit, it also counts. It's one or the other. It's just that on the 200 cycle one. But let's check. Let's check. Wait, is that not a... Destroyed Demolier before it arrived? Oh, you might be right. I don't see that achievement on here. Yeah, that might be a lab-only achievement, because it's not on this. Dang, okay. Achievements are mutually exclusive to the maps. I see, I see. Yeah, see, on Steam it says last 100 cycles after Demolier hits, and it's the same meteor name, right? So I was assuming if you just get hit here, it'd be fine. Let me put oxygen here really fast. Guys, I'm gonna do a quick pee break. I'll be right back really fast. We back. Sorry about that. It says Relica map. I see, I see. I didn't see that part. I didn't see that part. Take the O2s. Alright, I want to do a crash land on this so I can get an idea of the composition. Because we kind of already understand how this one works, right? Teleport. We could do a strategy where we send a dupe here, open the cryo tank, and then have the two dupes work together. And their goal would be to just survive, generate enough oxygen, and then try to pump it for a enclosed. I should probably do that. That way we could scan two areas side by side like this. So we get a higher chance of finding a planet that we would kind of need to make a mini pod on normally. We wouldn't be researching here, research on the first planet. And then we wouldn't want to use the supply teleport. Like, while we could, I don't think we really rely on that. Separate pool of metals. We would have to use dirty oxygen. In which we would need to somehow get regular oxygen. We probably just end up running an electrolyzer here. Gotta run hot oxygen. I think that could work. And then since we would have food here with normal plants, with bog buckets to use up all the pea water. And that kind of all works out. I think we do that, man. So I think on Wednesday, when we attempt this again, we are going to run a new playthrough with a new strategy. So 2 planets, right? Because we're going to get the starter planet and then the teleporter planet. We're going to want to run 2 enclosed, 1 on here, 1 on the second one. Each enclosed is 4 tiles range. That means I get 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all around, right? Up to here. And then we go up to here. We potentially find another planet to fly to. We could do a crash land strategy with a boop here, and then they wouldn't die. And then with that, we get to choose where to drop off the boops, the normal dupes. I think that's all going to be part of the plan. And then we still go for Steam Rocket. I still think that's going to be just more reliable to get to the tear. Like, if there's no planet here and I can't do my 6 tiles travel, I'm screwed. Thalric coming in with the 14 months. Thanks so much, Thalric. I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. We're trying to figure out a way to kind of speed run to tear before the meteor hits us. Even now, I could just rely on Steam Rocket and get it done around like cycle 120. If I wanted to take my time. But I think we're going to want to start over and try to get a lower cycle count. Try to get it a little bit closer to cycle 50 than cycle 100. That's going to be our first level of speedrun. Like, I don't want to try to beat the record, like, on my first attempt. Like, that's just... I know it's not going to happen, man. There's a lot of refining and fine-tuning that goes into a run that's, like, that fast. So... I don't have that done yet, the fine-tuning, and I'm going to need to acquire it. So I think that's going to be the best way to do that. But yo, man, Thalric, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Mama loves you. He's right there. Look at him. He does. He does. He's a good kitty cat. All right, then we get the oxygen. Nice. Let me get ladder like that. And then we are going to try to crash land to see the composition. We know this is the metal volcano planet. If I remember this correctly, this is a huge map. Like, there is, like, a lot of space, a lot of metal. But it's all raw, right? It's ore-based. And I don't think you get any oxalite. Though I do think you get a lot of polluted water. Which means it's not bad. Who's starving? You could adjust Demolier. I haven't tried. I'll check that out right now in main menu. But I have heard you could adjust Demolier and when it hits you. I haven't seen it though. So I'm not 100% sure, Steve. But I could try that out right now. Alright, so before we do that, let's allow everyone to eat. Let them grab the foods. The one died. Oh my god, that's why. When I resetted his skills, he couldn't use the smoker anymore. Wait, what? Smoker, deep fry, gas range, and grill usage. Oh man. Yeah, when the meteor hits, every geyser on your map erupts and breaks the cover. Some geysers are open, some geysers are covered with rocks. When the meteor hits, everything explodes. I wonder if they changed that because people were complaining that you can't do all achievement runs anymore, where you go on this and you do everything here. Because you had achievements that were opposite of each other. But if that's not the case, it's doable still again. Which, in my case, I think we'll do one day. I meant because of the meteor. Yeah, the meteor does come with magma. Comes with volcanoes on it, too. All right, everyone ate, right? Looks somewhat okay. Who has the most calories? Amari feels bad. It's you, buddy. We gotta go. Oh, he's not allowed to drive. There we go. All right, so if we go here, we could abandon ship and immediately land, so we should be fine. Gotta wait for the progress bar. I mean, today was a learning experience, boys. I appreciate you guys for helping us out today. If you guys enjoyed today, we're gonna continue this on Wednesday. Make a new attempt at this. And then, yeah. Have the idea in. 2-planet steam turbine. That way, if there's no planet here, we don't get wrecked. And we need the 10 tiles to travel. Though I do think we'll try to get everything else done before. Right here. Boom! Dude crash lands. Oh, there he is. Okay, so... he's in... What's going on, Amari? Oh, he's suffocating? This is vacuum. Okay. Does he get it in time? I think he does. Alright. Before you get baited, let's go outside. There we go. No, he doesn't make it. No. I thought we would be able to dig into the O2 fast enough and not let it escape. I got greedy. Alright, so composition-wise, I think this is the planet I'm thinking of. Gold, aluminum, then a bunch of metal volcanoes. Alright, let's look at this from this camera. So if you didn't know, if you drag a square like this, when zoomed out, you only dig inside of the neutronium. So this is the full size of my map. Which is 128 by 125. 128 by 125. So it's not as deep as it is wide because of how space works. Rip Amari. So you can't dig past the neutronium. That's what I did. So if you zoom out, we get that. Wait, that's a different size now. No. I couldn't see the number in the middle. Feels bad. Alright, people of chat. We'll save this. Put an F for failed. Alright. Wait, didn't we just save? Yeah, we did. Okay. Main menu. I want to see how that works. So you do Demolier. Not the scramble. How do you adjust the speed? Ah, right here. Early arrival. Imminent. 10 psych 100. Okay, for the fastest. And then slightly delayed. Far off forecast. No meteor. Alright, let me go back. We do the lab. Same thing. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. Lab here. Alright, so new game survival lab. It's default 200. So if I max it out, I want to see what happens. Does that lower it? Oh no, bro. Ripseed. Alright, we'll try it again. Dude, man, sometimes seeds don't germinate, just like GMO A-OK. Sometimes you win a mutated seed and you get nothing. All right. It's still 10 cycles. It doesn't shorten. Feels bad. Nice. Cutscene time. First time I thought that the game couldn't handle me hitting the meter that early. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I thought the same thing with another playthrough. 9.8. Okay. So it depends when you get that. It's how much time. It's always 10 cycles though. Okay, okay. It doesn't hit the meteor blaster. Wow. Look at that. This is offset enough that it doesn't get wrecked. Not bad. Got the volcanoes right there. Classic. All right, people of chat. It's going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. So the mom is doing good. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We're going to be rerouting, and we're going to try it again on Wednesday with a better strategy. And then hopefully all works out.